abstract, yes. Yeah. So Edna
Giovete,
Giovete,
Flávia
Flávia
Paladino,
Paladino,
Juliana Damasio,
Damasio,
Yuri Marnavskis,
Yuri Marnavskis,
Cameron Locke.
Cameron Locke. Okay.
We start. Please come back to your seats.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I need to get Flavia. We start.
We're starting?
Yes.
Okay. Because I need to. No, I have to get my phone.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going up to eat and then.
Can you hold this for me?
Go faster.
I'm delirious.
Your chair is good. Yeah.
Are you a working student too?
I am not, but
True.
Thank you.
Rafa, pega o outro microfone. Ah, depois que a Júlia apresentar. Tá bom? Obrigada.
Hã? Não sei.
Yeah. We need to wait for Flavia a second. Yeah. Okay. You exchanged with Amand?
For this?
I don't think.
Começa, tipo, aparece o nome da pessoa e eu começo a ler sobre ela. E aí espero o vídeo acabar. E começou outro vídeo de novo.
Fine.
Eu te aviso quando começar com aquela ali.
Exactly.
Não, eu fico de olho.
Amal,
Mas eu fico perto de você, melhor.
do we know where Amal is? She went for a walk with Flavia.
For a walk with Anna and with one other person.
Yeah, and Flavia. No, Flavia.
Posso tirar a máscara, né?
No, Flavia is here. Flavia is coming.
Only Anna.
Nikos. Amit and Flavia. What shall I do? Amal is not here.
Emma, can you help me here? It's stuck. Thank you.
left hand.
Here? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can I start? No?
Amal, we miss Amal.
Okay.
So either. Yeah.
So it's Amin, Flavia, and Amal. And
Yeah.
Amal.
Can you?
Can you? I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, sure.
Yeah. No, we cannot. Adam will take over. Next presentation is by Flavia Palladino, titled Things That I Find to Be Beautiful. The question is, what in the past is already the future otherwise? 5 artists share recent works freely inspired by the photographs of Alvin Baltrop. Participants in alphabetical order: Edna Giovecci, Flavia Palladino, Juliana Dalmasio, Yuris Marnavskis, Cameron Locke.
Hi. First thing I want to say is thank you to everyone that helped me in the last month, and it would not be possible to do this without all your help, your messages, or everything. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the artists that accepted my invitation. And my question is, what in the past is already the future otherwise? But 2 days ago, I received a message from Hypatia answering the question to me. She said that the key for the question is just to find the right ancestors. Can you go to the first one? Alvin Baltrop. These are the only 3 photos you can find of him online, and you cannot find bigger than that. So I chose to put, you can go back a bit. I chose to use all of them. Alvin Baltrop was born in the Bronx, New York in 1948. The title of this presentation is borrowed from a statement he wrote that says, "I photograph the things that I find to be beautiful." He started photographing as a teen and continued for more than 3 decades until he died in poverty without proper housing or health care. He left behind a huge amount of undeveloped photographs that are only now, after his death, recognized as valuable and sold for thousands of dollars. I see this, you can start. I see this as an example of almost 30 years of unpaid work. But I'm here to talk about his wonderful photographs that I found when I was looking at images of the Hudson Piers 2 years ago. I apologize for the quality, but it's, as I said, not very easy to find his images online, and I could not bring the book because of COVID. I had never heard of him before, although having studied photography for a long, long time. So after some research, I decided to write my dissertation about his work. But a dissertation is this very lonely process, and it was important for me to let more people see his images. So I decided to do this today. He is best known for his photographs at the Navy during the Vietnam War and for his long-term project at the Hudson Piers in New York, where he also lived. His work is an incredible testimony of sociality and intimacy. His documentation of the piers, for example, a space by the Hudson that on the 70s, queer people could find refuge, be together, have sex, sunbathe, and take care of each other is, in my eyes, a family album. A family album for the future where blood ties means nothing. There's sex, there's nakedness, but there's no anxiety about it. It's also a beautiful homage to his friends, lovers, the strangers he met before the AIDS epidemic. Because he inhabits marginalized spaces, part of his work are the only remaining precious images of so many people who otherwise would be forgotten. But there's a lot to say and too little time. You can, and following his advice, I'll stop talking here. In an interview that unfortunately I wasn't allowed to share, Baltrop says that his work, most of all, is about not being alone. So I could not present this alone today. Thinking of him, I invited 4 artists, who happen to be my friends as well, to create a piece freely inspired by his images. You can, yeah. We all had around, I included myself too. We all had around 5 minutes for the piece, and we could experiment with whatever we wanted, however, the way we wanted. Edna, Juliana, Yuri, and Cameron said yes to my invitation, and here you will see the works. The artists' biographies will be in your emails, and I'm very grateful to be showing this here. Thank you so much if they are watching, because some of them wanted to be here and it was not possible because of all the chaos we've been through. So, yes. I'm just gonna let Risa show a bit more until the last one, and then we have to turn. I love this one. This one too. Okay, so now we're gonna watch their works there. Thank you. Jose, you're the first one, no, Nina, just, so on your left, there is a video that would be on loop. It's called All the Photos I Have of You, Maria, and Rafa will explain a bit better.
Juliana Damasio. If the imagining the future can only happen recombining the memories we have, what happened to those who are erased from collective memory? How can vernacular photography, when made public, work against erasure?
Her work will be in loop, so we can also start with the other one, Nina, please. Can you go back to his name? And Rafa.
Cameron Locke. Being a black and queer man in predominantly white societies and spaces can oftentimes feel and be unwelcoming and isolating. As Alvin Baltrop experienced in the US during the 70s and 80s, we keep this feeling secret, even to ourselves. But this reality can be lonely, especially without the supportive community. So we consciously and unconsciously seek and create this. Cameron Locke's video performance takes a peek within through free and composed song, poetry, and reflection.
At night, when everything is quiet, this old house seems to breathe a sigh. Sometimes I hear a neighbor snoring. Sometimes I hear a baby cry. Sometimes I hear the staircase creaking. Sometimes a distant telephone. Then the quiet settles down again. The house and I are all alone. Lonely house, lonely me. And I'll admit that it's hard. I feel like I'm alone sometimes.
Because my mouth is wide with laughter and my throat is deep with song, you do not think I suffer after I've held my pain for so long? Because my mouth is wide with laughter, you do not hear my inner cry. Because my feet are gay with dancing, you do not know I die. Being different can be a very lonely life. You go through the struggles of wanting acceptance, then denying it, seeking validation, and never getting it. What we realize in the end through our differences, we need a community. We need others like us to feel whole and to feel full and to feel love.
There were times that I felt alone. There were times that I felt alone. I kept this secret to myself. But there are times I felt alone. And I sought not to feel this way no more. I have found people who look like me. I have found people who are like me. I have found people who accept me for me.
Oftentimes I felt this way, feeling like the other, feeling different, shielding my pain and my loneliness as secrets so that I can protect myself. Seeking community through performance, through impersonation. These are things that I am exploring and questioning. In what ways have I felt that I needed community, and how did I get it? How did I go after it? And it's still a process. There are times, often, even now, when I feel lonely, when I feel isolated. And I try to express it through words, through song, and just being.
My room, there are secrets. There are secrets in your room too. I bet you. There are secrets in my room. There are secrets in my room.
Yuri Marsavskis. Mandavskis. I created this sound piece mixed with a bit of noise music, looking at one of Baltrop's peers' photographs. Please close your eyes.
Edna Giovetti. These are video documentations of a theater rehearsal for a future play. Antigone's words and her fight to remember her brother are shown in extracts of the actress memorizing process and the hard work that it takes. In a mix between accents and translations from Angola, Brazil, and Portugal, the video is spoken in Portuguese with chosen English subtitles. The lines are not in the original order, and in this work, Antigone does not die.
Estou assim para lembrar o meu irmão. Disseste que és comigo, que gesto de amor, um gesto de amor, um gesto de amor, apenas sou louca na razão do mundo, é a minha parte.
Auxílio para lembrar o meu irmão.
Se disseres que há seres louca, eu te respondo. Apenas sou louca na razão do mundo, apenas sou louca de dar ao meu irmão direito à memória.
Poderão muito.
Agora que eu buscava e se não tivesse a língua travada, mais ninguém me pode tirar. De dar ao meu irmão direito à memória. De dar ao meu irmão direito à memória.
Apenas sou louca na mente de um louco.
Todos aqui concordariam, se apressariam em concordar com o que eu fiz, apenas o capricho, se não tivessem a capricho ocasional de alguns homens, se não tivessem a língua travada. Mas essa é a vantagem de investigar
Foi dar ao meu irmão direito à memória.
Vou desmar tudo que ninguém farei a minha. A tua lei não é a lei dos deuses. É apenas o capricho ocasional de alguns homens. A tua lei não é a lei dos deuses.
Se não tivessem a língua travada pela
Apenas o
covardia.
capricho ocasional de alguns pensam como eu e calo. Nos colocar em horas que os amamos, se não fosse, se a língua não tratados como amigos.
Se não for pelo medo, tudo o que dizem.
Ou ignoras, todos aquilo que se quer dizer para mim, que o corpo que é voltar, serão tratados como amigos.
A tua lei não é a lei dos deuses.
Que o corpo dos revoltados, se quer dizer comigo,
Apenas o capricho ocasional de alguns homens.
a lei não é a lei dos deuses, mas é o capricho de alguns homens, os que pensam como eu e calmo. Mas não se quer dividir
Como eu, calmo.
o trabalho, desejo de dar. Procuro assim para lembrar o meu irmão. Ou meu irmão. Se disseres que és comigo, que gesto de amor, um gesto de amor, um gesto de amor, apenas sou louca na razão do mundo, é a tua
Ninguém pode chamar de crime o desejo de lembrar um irmão.
Now it's me, Flavia Palladino. And the work is called Untitled, and it's not here. We have to go downstairs. Is that okay? Do I have time? Of course, okay. So, my work goes a bit to the other way, because I wanted to think about the place all these works are being shown. And also to what are we giving our money to when we rent this place. After a quick internet search, you will find people calling the radio beautiful, interesting, cool, and so on. So this work will be about the things that I find to be ugly, this building. 2 days ago, when I got here, sorry, Risa? Sorry, there's one more. There's one more that we can show here. Sorry, so I'll go again. You see? No, that's fine, Anna. It's not in the... 2 days ago, when I got here, I saw the photo shoot of a marriage happening, and I wondered, what the hell? Why? And is there a newness infecting half of the planet, which is not COVID, it's even worse? Maybe one that it's called colonial nostalgia? Colonial nostalgia could be, I'm just speculating, okay? Could be associated with loss of power, loss of the colonial lifestyle, the longing for a time where racial hierarchies were not only naturalized but deeply encouraged. Downstairs, in front of the bathroom, there is this wonderful exhibition that explains a bit of the history of this building. You will find out about its construction, about the architect, and about the artist that did these creepy eagles. But of course, as we've already noticed, a lot is concealed in this place. Not a single Indonesian is remembered, nor death, nor looting, nor debt. Besides the violence, the perpetrators are hidden too. But I believe that what is hidden comes back to haunt you. Some shit you do comes back to you. So how would the illness we discussed above, how it would look like? Which kind of ghost would inhabit this place? Thinking of this, I decided to make a small intervention in the exhibit downstairs. So can you go back to, yes. So to do this intervention, I was looking at photos, these creepy photos. I was very interested in the way, the clothes, you know, and it's interesting because most of the photos, I think, they are seated like they are waiting to be served or carried. A gin tonic. So thinking of this, I decided to make a small intervention in the exhibit downstairs. I said that already. Can you go on more? So this is my intervention that you see soon. The music that goes with it was taken from Dutch documentaries about the colonized times when Indonesia was colonized, and all of them are relaxing soundtracks. So I distort them, and you can come closer to the, what is this? To this piece. And I just want to ask you not to move it because it's a bit fragile. But it's downstairs and you can go and then that's it. Thank you.
Now we're there. Obrigada, Flavia. Beautiful images, and I really loved how you created this montage with the images on the left and the soundscape on the right, and I thought, is it intentional, is it not? Because it was so perfect, this juxtaposition of the two screens, I thought. And your question, or not the question itself, but the title, the things that I find to be beautiful, and this is a very dear topic to me, no? Because of which conceptions of beauty. Of course, I know that in your particular work that is very explicitly stated, but it's the issues that are for the last couple of years. My last series of open lectures, the title was Beauty and the Machine. So that should give you an idea to what extent I'm interested in the topic of beauty. And when you showed the images in the beginning, and you said that from Albin Baltrop there were only those 4 images on the internet to be found, or 3 images. I was thinking, and this is a topic that, again, this beauty and the machine, I'm very interested in how we are teaching algorithms what constitutes beauty, so that the algorithm can then recommend to us beautiful things to look at. And that's basically that's the way Instagram works now, and the recommendation system. It tells you, look at this is, you're going to find this beautiful. And this conception of beauty that we are now transferring to machines is a very Western and white, white supremacist way of looking at the world. And you, of course, purposefully disrupted this logic with this work. And I find that to be an incredible work of resistance to that logic. And I think that now the challenge for us collectively, culturally, I'm not talking about here, is how do we make sure that this conception of beauty is what is taught to the algorithm, rather than the hegemonic notions that we have been fed for the last 600 years. Conversely, another topic that interests me in regards to your work is not only how we decolonize beauty, but also how do we decolonize the body itself. And my comments are not about your work in particular, but they were triggered by your installation downstairs, and by the fact that the installation, there was a moment we couldn't look at it because it was so crowded and it's not safe at the moment. And I was thinking, and in relation to my work at Sandberg as well, not just here, for whom do we produce beauty? Because we talk about decolonizing, but we rarely decolonize the body or our conceptions of the body, and things become inaccessible. Or for whom do we produce the work that we produce? For whom is our art? And in my work at Sandberg, and some here as well, of course, I think that sometimes we fall into the trap of producing work only for people like us. And by that I mean people that, not necessarily from a racial perspective, but people who are of a certain demographic in terms of age, and in terms of physical ability, and in terms of what we expect them to be able to do with our work. And I was thinking that your work, Flavia, was an interesting starting point to thinking not just how do we decolonize beauty, which is almost a cliche by now, And so many of us are already doing that. But for me personally, I started thinking of how do I decolonize the body, and how do I uncouple the body from the way that we produce art, and more importantly, for whom is our art? Especially in times of COVID, where certain groups of people are being told that they should stay inside so that younger people can do things and have a future. And in a culture like white European culture that is so obsessed with issues of ancestry and identity, I find that very interesting, because at the first opportunity they're willing to kill the ancestors just so that the youth can live. So all of these things, I mean, maybe it's not directly related to your work, but I've been tangentially thinking about that in relation to, this was triggered by your comment about heritage and Indonesia and decolonization. And for me, on a personal level, how we work on the obvious aspects of decolonization without necessarily engaging the other ones, the more messy aspects of how to decolonize or how to unpack hegemonic ways of being in the art world. And I really thank you for that, because it was, for me, a big revelation to start looking at that at this moment. So thank you.
Yes, thank you indeed. I really had first of all, I'm sorry that I was late. We weren't on this like wild walk, as wild as possible in these flatlands. I really appreciated that you brought forward the starting point, at least the starting point also of how I perceived it, the work of Alvin Baltrop. I guess also in a way to me was a symbol of how the art world functions, that those who are not desired. Are you okay? Do you want some, yeah, shall we take a break? Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to kind of maybe take a proper break? Yeah. Yeah. Just maybe. Alcohol. That's the no, please, please. Don't. Please do not apologize. I think we can be all going through all types of emotions. It's a reality.
That wasn't all caught on camera. Sorry, everyone. Okay, we can come up.
You can take a break. We should take a break.
Okay. Okay.
Just take a break. Yeah.
Okay.
And then we come back.
Okay. anyone could understand. I know you all could understand.
Of course, I just hope it's not something I said.
No, I mean, what you said inspired me to heights.
No, that's good. Listen, we deal with emotions here. This is what we do. And fuck us if we cannot cope with someone, working through that. Then what we're doing is useless, pointless. I just told him.
This won't happen every time, I promise.
I was telling him. We work with emotions here.
You said you do work one time around this.
Okay. I need to say what I need to say because I need to say it. Yeah, but you could also choose to say it personally if that's not. I think I can do it. I think I can. It's totally up to you. Okay. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Just one really quick hit.
No juice. So this is the palm.
I think I'm fine. No, I think we're good. I can do this. You have the mic? Okay.
She's run away. She's run away.
Okay, I also was awkward just now, so hey.
Flavia, I've stopped crying. I promise. Please come back.
Okay, to return to a place in my notes. Oh, welcome. Everyone is here. Yes, thank you for this very multifaceted work. I guess like a multiplicity of positions and perspectives were present. I also appreciated this kind of an interesting starting point, the artist Alvin Baltrop. For one reason why I appreciated was also because it reminded me of a moment of mourning for many people during a particular, it was also an era before AIDS, like the documentation and also what it means to be that one is erased into into a forgotten space, only to be propped up as part of and commodified after one passes away. But during life, either to make to document, to do this work, only to be overshadowed by white gay men. And I was really thinking about this overshadowing, and to be living in the shadow of others. And what does that mean within, the art context, in an era where even the peers were also commodified and appropriated. And at the same time, I mentioned before, as a big fan of pop culture, Pose, I don't know if any of you have seen it, but this extravaganza of a rewriting, I would say, and perhaps also zooming into and centralizing Black and Latinx queer and trans communities of their lives, their everyday lives, but also the joys and kind of another realm that has been super appropriated, which is the Vogue space, which might be one of the few places that one can speak of a form of safety as someone who does not believe in safe spaces, I think it's an interesting possibility of how people imagine a future of being together, forming community, choosing family, and surviving in a city that is not forgiveful or has any sort of empathy to people that are in general considered non-human, and there's another layer of non-humanness attached to it by them being queer, black and brown people. And I was also thinking about a lot of the, for me, somehow, some way, there was kind of, you know, a juxtaposition of haunting and joy, and at the same time, somehow the mundane kept creeping in and out. I guess sometimes we tend to focus on the spectacularity of white supremacy and colonial, and I mean, these buildings remind us every day of that the spectacle. But I was really thinking about the idea of thinking of the future is also to consider living with the ghosts. And I'm not speaking of a Derrida sense of ghosts, but I'm speaking actually more of Toni Morrison's sense of ghosts in The Beloved. And in her book Beloved, I think they both are published around the same time. I'm horrible with years, but I think the works are published around the same time. And this idea of the post-colonial Gothic and the post-colonial haunting, and to really, I was also thinking about Avery Gordon's Ghostly Matter, and I'm not really name dropping for the name dropping sense at all. I'm really thinking about like how we could use in a way some of the work that has been done before us, and to step into some sort of genealogy without like of thinking and work and ideas without like reinventing the wheel. And there is some sort of thing about like also borrowing strategies of living and breathing, etc. And in a way, I also thought that this collaboration it was in that spirit, in the spirit of strategies of living amidst all that is happening to us. And within the hierarchy of the colonial, some of us are suffering more than others, but we are all in somehow, some way suffering, including white people, by being in this equally constructed position and social condition that we are in collectively. The other thing I just wanted to go back is was the Dutch context and the Dutch Indonesian, that your own work responding or actually interrogating that and intersecting a statement and placing that statement downstairs. I thought that was quite a daring proposition. Also, in a way, daring to actually invite the ghosts in. But I was also thinking about which ghosts do we invite in, and are we ready to kind of battle and sit with these ghosts, the unwanted and the desired. And in that, I really appreciated also kind of, just allowing us the space to also think alongside these type of positions and ideas. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. You've seen what my response is. It's excellent work. And I've been thinking a lot about violence and haunting in our lives, and throughout these days I've been thinking about the legacies of colonialism that we live in our bodies, and that come out at the most inopportune times, and what brings it out. And I've been appreciating, while you've presented your practice, I've been appreciating particularly the collective dimension of what you brought together, because I think there's an amazing politics and amazing aesthetics in that, and I want to congratulate you on that, first of all. But I also like artists that fuck with time, and I like that you're rearranging our understanding of time, and that you are inviting a different future into our present. And I think that is also very difficult, and it's a tribute to the collectivity that you've brought together. And I feel the joy of the experiment that you engaged in. And you know, I've been thinking a lot about time and its relationship to images, making images, how the time that we live is so much rooted in what could be called, what has been called a passive synthesis, the synthesis of our habits. Our habits are constantly bringing our past back in a way that seems to render our present, our potential for action diminished, that we diminish our potential, our potentiality for action, because we assume a past that is static and fixed. But part of what I see you doing as well is potentializing the past as much as inviting us to consider a future that is not yet written. Well, I got that through. I think that for me, this gift that you have given us is precisely this, that we are invited to rejoin what we can do in relationship to our habits, in relationship to this experience of colonization, this experience as well of the joy of queerness. That too is an invitation into a monstrous future, a future that cannot be written, cannot be contained, and that that's just excellent. It's just excellent. So thank you for that. I have other things that I wanted to say, and I felt one of the things I want to do is to thank you all for your care. Thank you. And
we're back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's on. Yeah.
Are you ready? Francisco Mujica presents Dark Cloud Looming. The Lord works in mysterious ways. The question is, can allegory deliver us from idolatry? A personal ontology on theatricality and agency of sacred buildings. The terror, the image, indeed, the metaphor of metaphor itself, no less stunning than its stunning literalization. A site-specific intervention and performative lecture. Applause, please, we need it.
Today, the sun sets in the east, in the direction of Wittenberg, where Luther nailed 95 theses to the door of All Saints Church. I don't have that many, nor a door to nail them. The theses are written as propositions to be argued in a formal academic disputation, though there is no evidence that such event ever took place. Hence, it was mainly a personal affair to begin debate among academics, not a popular revolution. Yet, Luther set Europe on fire over the course of 300 centuries. The word spread fast. Who could have read his text in times of widespread illiteracy? On this account, Counter-Reformation doubled up on the sensorial event. A total artwork, a synthesis of the arts. Sunbeams, drawing chiaroscuros, filling up the nave, getting her ready for liftoff. As light passed through the stained glass, creating an atmosphere where there was only unsurmountable brightness. Trumpets and devilish trombones coming out, a building-sized organ, cherubims chanting in Latin, the tongue of anatomy books and pacts with the devil, the droning frequencies, the dramatic light, the heaviness of the word. It doesn't matter, the phonemes don't make sense. The message is there. The event talks of patterns which we can only begin to recognize when they manifest themselves as rhythms or shapes. His presence is there. Representation, whose formal traits has been studied and analyzed to the bone. But that liminal area, where they all come together, still resists to be explained through the word. Sicut erat in principio, et nunc, et semper, and in saeculum saeculorum. The Baroque event is beyond metaphor or allegory. It is the embodiment of a plane of immanence, a plane of consistency, in no way bound to a mental design, but rather an abstraction, a virtual design, the metaphysical or ontological itself, a formless, univocal self-organizing process, which always qualitatively differentiates from itself. Self-explanatory words, for sure. Please, forgive me for falling for the spectacle, the domination of the idea and historical schema of aesthetics. Will the word help me transition to an ideal state of freedom? Agnus Dei, qui tollis paqueta mundi, parce nobis Domine. Agnus Dei, qui tollis peccata mundi, exaudi nos Domine. Agnus Dei, qui tollis peccata mundi, exaudi nos Domine. Agnus Dei, qui tollis peccata mundi, misere nobis, ora pro nobis. come off. Better pick it up. A semaphore, a saint, a martyr, carrying on its own severed head. How to enthrone him as the despotic leader of his own mumblings? How to represent him? Handling the halo offers a unique challenge for the artist. So put the halo where the head used to be. Others have the same carrying the halo along with the head, and some split the difference. Styling is ever necessary. From the feet up, pantofole, papal slippers, handmade in red hot satin, silk and gold thread, an embroidered cross garnished with rubies. Shoulders down, and winter mozzetta, a red velvet sartorial vestment that covers the shoulders and is buttoned over the frontal breast area. Redundant as it is, but essential to complete the drag, a pellegrina shall be included, a shoulder cape of elbow length open in the front with a cassock fixed to it. Stream of revenue coming from foreign investments, the whole endeavor is meant to come flat. A synthetic version of it just won't cut it. I have failed once again. Precarity took over the dream of St. Francis. As beheaded leader of this faith, I used my powers to perform my first excommunication, the first and last, with no believers left. Only the ruins shall remain. You are all welcome to visit, to witness the magnificent stained glass, depictions of whatever hero you fancy, until it finally fades away into the setting sun in the east.
Thank you, Francesco. I've really resonated with this personal ontology. This is what and what you understand by this engagement with this, I think, intense history of. But there's also this sense that you're having a struggle as well with this notion of idolatry, and I'm very interested in this. And I think you staged it very well, but this is something that I would love to also read and sort of go through and understand that way. For the past 2 days, I've been raging against metaphors, and I think you've brought home for me why I have a kind of, if not distrust, a kind of displacement from metaphor as a way of self-representation, as a way of understanding anything really, because it involves always one in terms of a comparison with something else. And this is what I appreciated by you sort of pushing us out of that sort of metaphorical practice and to begin to think about what it would mean to engage with the sort of intensities, the actual intensities of self-organization as it unfolds. And of course, this is the language that I speak, right? And my students will tell you this is kind of the language I actually just speak in seminars, and you know, they're laughing. But this is important to me because it's also breaking out of how we immediately approach thought in terms of these sort of systems of representation. So I appreciated that. I really like that. I wanted to sort of understand a little bit further what the sort of legacy of Luther and this iconoclasm, right, of the break that Luther made with the Catholic tradition and what that is sort of how that's operating in your work. I'd be interested to hear more about that. That's something I think is very interesting. I'm going to leave it there.
Muchas gracias, Francisco. Like he was saying about he has a distrust about metaphor. I have the opposite. I have a distrust of allegory, a severe one at that. But I think this is because I grew up in dictatorships, and in a dictatorship, like in any fascist or fascist adjacent regime, allegory is a mechanism through which you create this illusion of national identity. It's a constant peddling of propaganda full of allegorical references involving the people and the population, la gente, el pueblo, I mean, all these things. And I'm using Spanish language references because culturally I think that with Francisco we share a lot of this background in terms of propagandistic uses of allegory. Can allegory deliver us from idolatry? I think it's quite the opposite. I think that allegory is one of the groundings of idolatry, and I don't mean idolatry only in the religious sense, but also in its Latin language roots about the worship of the idol. And I'm specifically thinking of these fascist or fascist adjacent regimes where power itself becomes a sort of idol to worship. And of course, through your presentation, when you went Agnus Dei, you know, this very specific and very Catholic as well reference to God, and I was thinking of God itself as an allegory of our own mortal delusions, so to speak, and our need for power, and how we have transferred this very human need to have powerful figures into a Godhead that rules over us in a sense. No, that at least I don't know if your background is Catholic, because you are Colombian, right? And even if you're not Catholic, you grew up Catholic like I did as well. And in that regard, I could imagine that you sense someone like Martin, like someone like Luther, as a sort of rebellious figure breaking from those traditions. I've been in the Netherlands for 22 years now, and I no longer see Protestantism as anything breaking from power or rebellion. I see it, on the contrary, as getting pissed because whoever is breaking from didn't have the power that they thought they should have. And in that regard, I think that the God figure that you invoke in your performance, in your lecture, is in more than one way. It is an allegory of our constant struggles to access those places, those sites of power. And to go back to your question, if allegory can deliver us from anything, I'm going to again insist that the way out for me is always metaphorical, because the metaphor allows for the lyrical to be present, whereas the allegory obturates the possibility of lyricism and beauty and difference. The allegory is fixed and top down, from top to deliver to the bottom, whereas the metaphor is found in the interstice, is found in the cracks, is found in that which is not necessarily visible. So if anything is going to deliver us from idolatry, is the collective construction of new metaphors to speak to one another. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. It's something to consider. I guess it's interesting to sit between the two different positions of the allegory and the metaphor. And perhaps I would like to come forward and propose the parable or the fable, just to kind of expand our possibilities of, this inward lens that you offer. And I think it's, for me, quite interesting. I agree with Flavia as someone who's raised as a non-Christian, raised in the Netherlands. For me, everything is some sort of, there's a lot of Judo-Christianity in a lot of the mundane everyday. And I actually grew up in Zutphen, which is a town not too far away from here, which has tons of churches, but also vegan and microbiotic diet hypes started there many decades ago. So the left wing, it's a left wing city with most churches per square kilometer, I think, in the Netherlands. So for me, it's quite interesting to sit there and to think alongside your proposition of how does one wrestle. And I appreciated that your inward lens went into something that kind of really touches, I would say, a duality within the Western world. That is, as someone who is in the West and with one leg out, I would say a two-faced monster. In a way, it's with the same body, but like maybe two different heads sharing the same beating heart. And that to me was, it's also in a response to what Flavia was saying. It's kind of like perhaps a desire to overpower, but at the same time reinforcing the same type of regime and systems. So I was really thinking a lot about like some of the symbolism, and I appreciated the minimalist use of staging, sound of staging, and the different elements that you used. But also, I saw humor in the smoke machine. I saw like there were little moments listening. They're like almost punctuation of humorous moments coming up. Also, where you ask yourself questions, and in a very like almost kind jokes that were dropped here and there, that almost were not. One had to really listen carefully. So I also appreciated those gestures within this inward lens, this journey or this kind of process. And I'm really curious where we'll head into and how it will continue. But in a way, I was really, it's something to consider that what the certain traumas are not necessarily attached to particular notions, are not translatable in other positions or places people are from, because I completely feel what Flavia is proposing, and I kind of see where she's coming from, and at the same time I come from this long tradition of oral literature, this culture where very rich oral literature, where rhythm, which is perhaps another thing that I have to bring forward, rhythm and the stories within stories within stories are also ways of unfolding and remembering each other. And there's a Moroccan, I forgot the scholar who wrote about naming topography, where whether it's traumatic experiences or joyful experiences, they're attached to sites and they only unfold when one is at that site. And it's about like speaking, how does one speak together in a collective? And I was really thinking about, like, for example, one can know a language, but not necessarily be able to remember within the realms of that language. And I'm really, it made me, I really thought a lot about that because, for example, I speak Somali, I would say technically very well, but I did not grow up in the land, so I'm not fully equipped to have the naming typography on point. So when I was sitting with elders and listening and asking them questions about mythologies and stories, I could not understand half of what they were telling me. And then for me to then find the naming typography as a tool to kind of then use as an inward lens to kind of see what are gaps within ways of remembering or storytelling. So it made me think about that, this inwards process that you brought forward. So thanks.
If you could free the space, take all the garbage out, all the chairs on that side. Thank you very much. We come back in 10 minutes. Ready to start. We are ready to start. Who is... So shall I wait?
Till I'm done.
Okay. Yeah, okay. One more minute. Harun Morrison presents Score for an Invisible Man. What did I do to be so black and blue? I quote from Ralph Ellison, The Invisible Man. There is a certain acoustical deadness in my hall, and when I have music, I want to feel its vibration, not only with my ear, but with my whole body. I like to hear 5 recordings of Louis Armstrong playing and singing What Did I Do to Be So Black and Blue, all at the same time.
start? Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'll just start, yeah. Yes, it's actually nice to see or to hear a work in real life from you. I mean, we've known each other for a little bit, but yeah, thank you for sharing. And I feel there's a lot to be said, you know, in the moment we're currently in, amidst COVID and the Black Lives Matter, let's call it the renewed Black Lives Matter movement, to actually sit and think through some of the pain and trauma that is actually carried within this particular song. And at the same time, I've always wondered that on one hand, what did I do to be so black and blue could be also seen as a battle cry, but also cry to whom? And I've been really, it's difficult when blackness is somehow constituted and construed in a relation, always in relation in the West to whiteness. And I think that was quite, for me, of course, juxtapositioning this Ralph Ellison's work, and I mean, many people might call it one of the greatest, of course, of the American literature. But I also feel The Invisible Man really could also speak to the invisible black woman, I don't know, in Bumblefuck Germany or something, like, or the UK or wherever. This idea that one is deemed, that one always has to be in some sort of negotiation to be offered agency. And within also saying that to be offered agency, it's like waiting for someone to provide you agency so you can speak for yourself. Yeah, so for me, even if it's like a really short, like as long as the song, it really invokes so many different things, and some of it is also quite difficult to bring forward or to make it speakable, and others I feel is also very surreal. And at the end of the day, it made me really think about sci-fi, and being black in this contemporary reality is to be science fiction. And I'm really saying that also in relation to Ralph Ellison, because I think it is in that particular work that I think, and I think many others have also written about this, that the relationship between cybernetics and race was kind of brought forward. But either way, these are my associations. But thank you for the offering.
Hello, and thank you so much for this. To add to what Amal was saying, and what I found very interesting, and I don't know if it was on purpose. Again, I keep saying this to all of you, but intention, everyone says no, intention doesn't matter in art. I don't necessarily agree with that, only to an extent. So I don't know if it was intentional or just by product of circumstance, that the people that played the recording, none of them were black. So, of course, that's, like I said, the byproduct of circumstance, perhaps, or maybe you thought of this work in that way. And then there are people that have no experience of blackness and are forced to confront that question. What does it mean to be so black and blue? And I thought that gave the performance another layer of complexity, because the very same people, I'm not talking about individuals, but culturally, that are the ones who created these taxonomies of being black and blue, are the ones that are now being confronted with the question. And that, of course, they will never be able to answer that question, because part of I would say, the ultimate colonial power is a power to name. And they have named blackness as such, as the ultimate form of otherness. All of us that are not black or white live in that interstice, in that space, but the ultimate form of otherness is blackness. And the fact that you have made the namers sit with that question, I thought that was an incredibly powerful element of the performance. I don't know how that dawns on the answer to that question dawns on the listeners and the people that are sitting in the performance, but I thought that is the most powerful element of your whole work, in this work in particular, not all your work. What does it mean to be so black and blue? Perhaps that question should always be answered by whiteness, because if they created the taxonomy, they're the ones who should say, you know, ultimately what the consequence of that is. And I think that your work is a very good metaphor of that. Thank you.
Yes, I do have it. Thank you. Yeah, well, it's all about issues that are perhaps very complex, but it doesn't mean one cannot address them. And I think what you did is a perfect use of sort of advice one could give to make it simple, because what you did was a very precise use of very minimal line that can be considered a score. And I must say that this score from 1952 produced something very powerful, and I wouldn't say necessarily that it's a performance, it's a political statement, perhaps both of these things, but maybe performance becomes a political statement at the point when it is enacted as a sort of ephemeral monument in the public space. And I can see vast possibilities of, you know, this going kind of viral and being enacted in various places with various participants and being a reason for conversations. I see this work very much as a possible opener for so many discussions, not only about the book of Ralph Ellison, but perhaps also, and about the present moment, of which parameters have been described by those who spoke before me. I also noticed that you used a little larger quotation from the book, which begins with the very reason why the protagonist is longing for 5 recordings of Louis Armstrong playing at the same time. So out of this overexposed, well-lit underground, he speaks of certain acoustical deadness and the fact that he's missing the vibration in the body, and Louis Armstrong times 5 would do that, and actually it does. I think it's really working, and I thought it's not only a meditation that is limited to those playing the music, but it has a ripple effect and works really well. So thank you very much for this piece.
If you could help bring back some chairs in front of this screen. And 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, she is gone. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me? Hello, Peter. You look very good today. No, not me. There was a 10 seconds. Okay, so they were precise. I'm glad. So can I repeat a little bit? Yeah. So everyone hears me now or not? No, it's fine. I won't repeat. Go for it. Go for it. No, just I mean, because my just in order not to get confused with the live and the documentation. That's the only thing. I guess for the live stream, it could be also that there is this moment in the end that that maybe we also other people are more like visible in the. But I think you have it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. When do I unmute myself? Yeah, but how do I know? Because I don't have the streaming. How do I know when Julia? I can hear
stand
Julia,
here.
right?
I can stand here. We start. Amit, Amal, Anna. Everybody take their seats, please. We start, we start, we start. Next presenter is Zoe Motsuku. Isn't their fluid kiss hurting you as we retreat? The question is, isn't their fluid kiss hurting you as we retreat? An interwoven story of bodies, fluids, friends, and sea urchins, friends exploring place and space, inhabiting different localities or in displacement, in a state of exhaustion. Is singing and kissing, is retreat an actualized space for care?
So, isn't their fluid kiss hurting you as we retreat? Please find a spot where you feel comfortable. My spot is here. I'm sitting outside. Inside, it is too dark. The location is at 1,000 meters altitude, in between and in the mountains. The geographical coordinates are 39 degrees, 48 minutes, 11.8 seconds north, 21 degrees, 00 minutes, 06.0 seconds east. The country is Greece, in the northwest. The area is almost untouched. The setting is resisting because of the sun being too bright. The region is close to the borders. Home, yes. The building is facing northeast. The house demands a huge load of household labor. My point is unclear so far. The topos is not yet defined. My residence is here for the last 2 months. The situation is unprecedented. The position is comfortable enough. I'm seated. You know what he said, happier sitting than standing, and lying down than sitting. The village is quiet, which makes any singing sound louder. The place has a name. The space is shrinking down to the details of everyday life, while time is expanding, opening up new possibilities. The state is one of exhaustion, and I am in retreat. While stretching my right arm to softly massage my trapezius muscle, where the pain is taking characteristics of a chronic syndrome, I know that self-care alone is not the way out. I observe the space created by the two axes of my arm. Is there a point where place and space intersect? If place is a mapped, ordered representation, then place is described. If space is the illegible, heterogeneous contextually proton use of time and location, then space is actualized. One may say that space is dead, that place is dead, and space lives. There is a conception of the skin we live in as a closed boundary, a shield that separates the in from the out. I submerge into the wrinkles of this area of the joint. I get deeper into the creeks and canyons of this part of mine. The canyon might be either a crack on a mountain or the narrow space between two of those. The crack on the inside of my elbow is caused by the skin being thinner there, being under constant pressure, under stress, a word that came from physics to describe an action and reaction, a force and the resistance against it, by putting pressure on matter. Metaphors matter. Burned out, highly strung, nervous, weighted down. This extremely used area is now being filled with sweat, dirt, oil, all coming in more fluid forms, taking up all the space. Metaphors matter. Thin-skinned, drained, overloaded, sucked out. The term exhaustion derives from the Latin exorire, composed by the prefix ex, out, and the orire, to draw. Exadlo means to extract, to drain. I'm thinking of the liquids, especially the liquids. It could be that it is all about the liquids, running from one place to another. Bodily fluids, the juices, chemie, humors, blood, yellow bile, black bile, phlegm. According to a very old theory, all illnesses can be explained by the relative access or insufficiency of one or more of the four humors, when produced by certain organs and while being transferred through others, and ending up in different parts of the body. Blood is aligned with the warmth and moisture and the element of air. Yellow bile with warmth, dryness, and fire. Black bile with coldness, dryness, and earth. Phlegm with coldness, moisture, and water. Parallel to this, each of the humors is related to a particular temperament. Blood is associated with the sanguine, yellow bile with the choleric, black bile with the melancholic, and phlegm with the placid. This could mean that by taking care of one part of the body in a certain way, another part, even of the mental, could be cured. For example, by letting steam out the smoky black vapor, the emotional cloud caused in the head by the evaporation of black bile, the stomach, producing the bile, would be cured too. The different etiological narratives of exhaustion have of course resulted in radically different suggestions for how to take care of it, with most of them not targeting its source but providing a momentary relief of the symptoms. The diverse range of dietary regimes, bloodletting, emetics, the application of leeches, the prescription of tonics and stimulants, occupational therapy, exercise therapy, hydro and electrotherapy, the talking cure, psychopharmacological medication, cognitive behavioral therapy, mindfulness meditation, reforming occupational health legislation in order to protect citizens' work-life balance, the infamous rest cure, and retreat. The economy of the fluids intersects with the economy of maintenance. And I'm here now, in retreat, so that I can keep moving later. Away from the prevailing definition of retreat as a military one, indeed as defeat, additional definitions cast retreat more positively, as a refuge or a spiritual haven, providing a safe place and span of time for reflection. Etymologically, the earliest meaning of the word retreat is a step backward. The term managed retreat is referred primarily to ecological, rather social change. When a shoreline retreats due to erosion or sea level rise, one option is to manage that retreat instead of attempting to prevent it. In this context, managing retreat means removing hard coastal defenses to create space for the coastline to move, for water to come in, and for intertidal habitats such as wetlands and salt marshes to flourish. These habitats have many sea species. Even sea urchins can be found there. And in return, they provide soft defense by acting as sponges and buffering storm surge. Retreat is an established coastal management strategy in rural and agricultural areas, and it is now also being debated as a strategy to adapt to climate change in more densely populated places. Hence, retreat increasingly refers to the relocation of people to higher ground and associated efforts to plan and manage this movement, which means that it is more probable that you, for example, might have to move up here with me. In practice, however, this often means restricting movement as much as facilitating it. It entails not just relocating a group of people, but also unbuilding land. In this scenario of exhaustion, there is potential for the process of giving in and giving up to prove reparative rather than harmful. Retreat is not the absence of resistance. It is not adaptation, not a break, as if we remain in the hold, in the break, by entering again and again the broken world. Breaking the world down, free means back to the original place, again, anew, once more, and treat an attempt to heal or cure, making retreat a process of going back, of returning, in order to heal. Return where? What is this place? Or is it space? If place is a mapped, ordered representation, then place is described. If space is the illegible, heterogeneous contextually protean use of time and location, then space is actualized. Is there a point where place and space intersect? If capitalism operates in the unbounded space of its own universality, and that is precisely why everything we do is in it, there might be a flaw. How can one say that a space without boundaries is an interiority? Is not a space without boundaries rather a field of exteriority, a great outside? Given that everything is afoot in a great outside, under what circumstances can we say that anything is inside? And most importantly, if there are boundaries, then how do the sea urchins, even away from the ocean, find each other in place and kiss? Any ideas? Well, I cannot hear you. Maybe they suck their thorns towards their insides, and in that way they do not pierce each other. And don't they hurt themselves with all these thorns inside their belly? For sure they must hurt themselves, at least a bit. If it hurts, why do they kiss? And do they die from that kiss? Maybe this retreat of their thorns results in internal bleeding, and this blood is associated with warmth, or produces something like black bile that dries their thorns, and these drop. And then they kiss. They have exhausted their possibilities by crossing boundaries, but at least they kissed. I found out that you cannot properly sing during this sharing of place and time. You need to keep a distance from each other's fluids and respect some boundaries. And we inhabit different localities. If we could now try to find a way to sing, silently maybe, but together, in space, would this be a moment of giving in and giving up together, of loosening boundaries, of letting the fluids flow, of place and space to intersect? In exhaustion, maybe there is a society of friends. Can't you hear them murmuring one another's touch over your trapezius muscle? Isn't their fluid kiss hurting you as we retreat? Thank you, everyone. Do you want me to unmute for the response? Mute.
You hear me like that? Sorry? Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for that. That was beautiful. I'm particularly taken with letting the fluids flow. I thought your words were beautiful and so poignant. And I thought it was just a really profound meditation on what it means to retreat, what is retreat, and in what sense retreat implicates the body. And that I thought was very affecting and really well posed and articulated. I also felt that what you're linking retreat to is a thoroughgoing, or what I would call a thoroughgoing ecologism. You bring retreat and the process of retreat back to its material ecologies, and I really appreciated that, and I thought that has so much scope for connection politically, but also in terms of a practice. I think you're actually literally outside, right? Well, I mean, this practice to me is precisely involved in understanding. As you began your meditation, you situated yourself, and then we experienced you displacing the situatedness, and I again thought that was brilliantly done. I'm all into exhaustion and thinking about exhaustion right now in a sort of meta way, but this kind of interaction and this kind of engagement with a creative practice is also about taking one's imagination to a certain limit of exhaustion, and all sorts of unpredictable things happen at that limit. And so thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi. Hello. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes because we are all really tired by now. As you know, it's been a long week. I want to start to reference what you mentioned about the four humors, like this ancient theory by Hippocrates, of course, because I am personally quite interested in that. The reason I'm quite interested in that because this idea that motion and emotion is connected to bodily fluids and to the motions of bodily fluids is to me like an extremely interesting idea, especially because it's connected to another concept that I find fascinating, which is the concept of animal spirits, as in like this entities, or like I don't know how to describe them, like living entities that can be inhaled or like somehow intaken, and once inside your body they will influence your mood and your disposition, which in turn, I think it's really connected to something that to me is extremely interesting, is this, for instance, like in Aristotelian physics, like the soul, like for instance, if I would say, I have a soul, it's not the same type of sentence as I have a car. I mean, you don't have a soul in the same way you have a car, right? You don't possess a soul, it's not your property. You participate in the soul. So what I'm trying to say is that all these theories are connected to a notion of being that is not privatized, as in like, like the person is not a privatized individual unit. So, I mean, the person is not individuated. You exist in a continuum, not only like with other people, but also, with other entities, with other beings. Like, so the boundaries are very porous. I think for us this is like a bit, it's complicated to conceptualize. And one of the things that you made me think of, like with the question of like mindfulness, was that the first book that was written, the first book that was written on self-help was actually called Self-Help. And the author was called Samuel Smiles, which is, I mean, you cannot make this shit up, but it's true. I'm really not making it up. And Samuel Smiles wrote this book in 1959, which happens to be the same year when The Origin of the Species was published, On the Origin of the Species. So basically like Darwin's theory of evolution and self-help are published on the same year. And why am I bringing this up? Because I think that there's a very interesting, I think that these two works work in tandem, like in the way we narrativize the self, the individuation and privatization of the self, and also how this in turn leads to these narratives of like competition and antagonism, and how to say, basically like how you narrate the relationship with the environment and with the other as always like a relationship of competition and antagonism. I think that now we came to this point where any kind, like the collective or collectivity is pathologized. I mean, any kind of sense of like the loss of individuation is always pathologized. It's always like, it's either hysteria or, tarantism doesn't even exist anymore because you just pick up the people and drug them and, throw them into some mental ward. So you don't even have this, examples or, like this kind of phenomena, like an entire village, being somehow overtaken by these dance manias is not something that, I don't think that it would be possible to encounter at the moment. And also, like, I think this is interesting because it's also, this separation in between subject and object, right, that is instituted via this epistemological framework. It's also like a distinction between subject and subject, right? I think it's a racial distinction. It also expresses the distinction between the subjects that are capable of autonomy. So basically, the subjects that are capable of individuating themselves, and those who are not, and those that are not are of course like not able to live in civilized society, right? And because I'm probably going over time, I just wanted to mention very quickly something that you reminded me of, and it's been a long time since I haven't thought about this. There was this text in the Situationist International called Absence and Its Costumers, that talks about New Age and mindfulness and all of this, like the retreat and the notion of the spiritual and meditation. And all of this, so basically this entire sphere of experience, what now I guess we would call the wellness market, by saying that the mental infirmity of American capitalist culture has enrolled in the school of Zen Buddhism. And I think this is great art criticism. Nobody writes art criticism like this anymore. Anyway, I don't know if I'm over time. Oh, nobody's controlling. Are you controlling?
Give her another 5 She's on a roll.
No, anyway, I wanted to thank you for this reflection. And also, like, I mean, I was going to bring in the sea urchin. I don't know if I have the time to say. No, I cannot bring in the sea urchin. But I think that's really interesting because the sea urchin is this creature that whose inside is the outside, and like, and then like you can, how to say, obverse it. It's like, and yeah, and if what happened if the spikes, move in rather than outwards, move inwards. Anyway, I stop. Okay.
Hi. I guess there's a lot said already, but first of all, thank you for the work. It made me, it's a lot of, again, there's a lot mentioned again, but I wanted to kind of say a few things. One is that I really appreciate this unpacking of the retreat with, in the background, the ultimate image of the retreat, or the retreat as we know it. And the retreat, to me, makes me think a lot about, it makes me also think about like this moment we're in, and who's, dropping out, who's stepping out of it, why, and at the same time, how. So who's afforded the retreat, and but also who's afforded to be exhausted. And I think that this being living in the era of in Corona versus BC before Corona, and I was really thinking about like how so much of retreat is also a settler project, like this thing of being take the affordance of time, and then how time is commodified, but also how people's mundane everyday lives are commodified and reduced to particular imagery. And I thought it was quite provocative that you used this ultimate image while we're here broadcasting to you from a colonial space. So for me, it was very fascinating. This is where the people who built this building would perhaps potentially go on a holiday to, when they actually could make it there. And the other thing that I was really thinking about was the way you brought this essay or the text to life, the mannerism, the confidence, the gestures, the punctuation, that it was really a voice that spoke from a place of authority, at least, a place that kind of comes from, I have been here for a while. I've been, pondering and marinating with all these thoughts, and I thought that was also quite it's a choice that makes me where I have to really think about a bit longer, and I think that's quite nice that one can also return to work that one has seen a bit later, and not necessarily be in the moment in all its intensities. And I wanted to say a few last things about self-indulgence and self-preservation, and in a way, of course, Audre Lorde, yeah, she wrote, of course, about this, and it's been commodified in many ways. But I thought it was interesting that you found a thin line, or like a way to maneuver between these two. And I think that's also quite a interesting proposition to actually think alongside these two positions in a way that is kind of, I would say, staged by the staging of the setting you're in. And then the last thing I was going to say is you made this quite some hardcore statements, but one of them was place is dead and space lives. And I think that's something that really needs to perhaps resonate a bit longer. I guess maybe in the same line, there's, of course, space is the place. Like, you know, what if both collapse in Sun Ra way of doing sci-fi work? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be, many other associations and out loud thinking that we can do together, but thank you. I'll feel so a lot has been said by others, so thank you very much. Is someone gonna say bye?
10 minutes and maybe look for some people. I don't know where everybody went. I will fix the chairs. I can. As long as people come back, I will fix their seats. Towards that direction. But I can do it. I can do it. Just takes 10 minutes break. Okay. I don't know where everybody is, but please, we need some audience. So whomever is here, take a seat. And no ball games in the building. Huh? Who's coming? Emma. Huh? Yeah, I sent people to recruit more people. I hope they didn't get lost in the building. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, we need more people. Where is everybody? I mean, great respect for each other. Emma. No, the break is coming after this, so that's why. Exactly. Too many cigarettes. Okay. You ready? Okay. So, Emma De Filippo presents Clear for everyone? Okay. The question is, what if history was a wave and I was part of the bodies it crosses? Pulling an image from one's mind to help understand entanglements and consequences of one's actions. Here, building one to become part of a broader visual vocabulary. How do we actually, how do we actually measure the impact of our actions?
Can you hear me? Yes. So, for commercial reasons, the object you are going to see needs to be kept confidential. Thank you for your collaboration. Peter, yes. No, the one before. Yes. Yes, press play, just play. So, here is where I stands, caught in a wave, caught in a story. I is a letter, part of a whole, called alphabet. I is a sound. I is necessary to create words. I is a segment in between 2 points. Thus, I is a link. I is a component of many things. I has no choice. but to be here. I has several identities. I has its own history. I has crossed every human era. I has different meanings depending on languages. The letter in the multitude. The sound of I is embedded within languages. It is in every story. I is an ever-present component of the story. The sound of it resonates and is a shaping element of how events are told. In fact, I can be the main subject. Little letters achieved such a thing. Nevertheless, its story could not be told if it was by itself. It needs the alphabet to exist. Being able to stand alone is not enough. The ability I has reminds me of the figure of the hero, the one with a big H. So big, it needs 3 I to compose its first letter. That requires quite a bit of ego. Though the hero takes so much space, it can only take so much because all the other letters allow it to tell its story, amplifying it. I would like to propose, as Ursula K. Le Guin does, to put the I, hero, in a bag full of other letters and play Scrabble with it, to imagine other narratives. The drawing bonding things together. If every shape can be drawn with segments, which is a line contained within 2 points, then everything is virtually composed of I. A square is 4 points connected. A circle is an infinite amount of points connected. Since I is the link, it is the relationship in between these 2 points. It cannot exist without them. Unlike the letter, the segment cannot stand by itself because of its very nature. Being the relationship doesn't make it an active element, though. Whether I will stay as it is depends on the point's choices. Nevertheless, the segment is the lenses through which the points see each other. It is a key factor of their behavior. I has come all the way here, today, carrying stories within its body. It is composed of the events the 2 points have in common. Thus, it is an indicator of what is happening and why. What if history was a wave and I was part of the bodies it crosses? The forces that create movement. A wave is generated. A wave comes from an oscillation. A wave has the need of a body to travel through. A wave excites what it crosses. As such, it is generative. A wave has a frequency, a repetition, according to a certain rhythm. A wave has a certain amplitude. Thus, it can be amplified and expand, or it can be diminished and dissolve. A wave has a certain wavelength. Thus, is perceived differently in each and every body it crosses. Matter is composed by multitude. In a given space, there are many particles at the same time. Equilibrium and excitement are part of the particle cycle, which enter this state several times throughout their existence. A wave is what provokes change from equilibrium, which is a steady state, to repeated oscillations. It means that the particles it crosses get closer, then further, then closer again. They move, but do not travel, while the wave goes on. The energy it carries is transmitted from particle to particle by oscillations. If we imagine the particles as points and eyes as bonds, then the wave would resonate in the points and through the eyes. Events cross bodies. Bodies transmit them through movement, and thus create memory into matter. As the wave crosses, memories are created. They will define how matter will react next time it's facing a similar stress. Events cross people. People transmit them in their relations through culture, discussions, medias, and so on. History. If the waves carry energy, and this energy shakes every eye, should I, the main subject, spend this energy trying to continue what I was doing, or should I try to build from what just shook me? I is also a line, a continuous one when coming from the Roman alphabet, and a discontinuous one when coming from the Carolingian alphabet. I can be a Roman I who carries on all histories that crossed its body, or I can be a bold Carolingian E that discontinues the line that should not be carried on. Discontinuing history does not mean to simply ignore them in order not to face them, which is what privilege allows. This has a name: denial. Discontinuing stories consists of understanding where that wave comes from and how it resonates throughout the bodies it crosses, in order not to repeat toxic movements. Only after that, the potentiality of the Carolingian E opens up and creates points from which new drawings and movements can start. As a last point, I stands alone. E stands with all of the other letters and the points it connects. It is a component of the yet untold.
Swept underneath.
Are
Shall
you
I?
feeling enthusiasm?
No, I mean,
I can go.
Nobody wants to start.
I'll start.
Okay.
All right, I'll start.
Nobody was ever.
No, I want to start. I'm totally starting. Emma, thank you. This was, I felt like in a very short sort of, it wasn't very short, I mean, it was what it was, but it was a lot in it, and I thought there's a lot to respond to, and I want to respond to it all, but I won't be able to. So, I thought you're posing questions and it made me think about questions like, what is a line? And it made me think about Borges's line that the real true labyrinth is the line, because time itself is fractured. And so it's a way of thinking about a line as the paradox of a subject that is constantly fractured by time, which I thought is partly another way of thinking about resonance, which is a word I think you're doing profoundly wonderful things with, and that I thought was great. So it made me think about, well, what is a resonance? What does it mean to resonate? What does it mean for a resonance to pass through a body, but also then to collect bodies into a collectivity? And for me, and I use this phrase a lot, I use this phrase a lot to describe bodies, and that is a body is a non-coinciding resonant unity. And what I mean by that is that a body is constantly in motion, and so it's never coinciding with itself, and yet there is a certain resonance it has within itself, and that resonance is the expression of a kind of unity. And I think this is, well, it's also a way of thinking about the nonlinear dynamics of the body. I appreciated the sort of way in which you were bringing history and the political, the question of the political, back to these dynamics, which is hard to do, I think. And so much of, for instance, the work of Masumi and Manning, while they, I think, are trying to repose the question of the political, they're often sort of losing, for me, the urgency of these questions, and I felt that you brought that back, and I appreciated that. And then I was thinking about again, people who think about the self-organization of the body, and by self-organization we don't mean the individual body sort of pulling itself up by its bootstraps so it could be a bourgeois individual, but rather a body that is in an ecological convulsion. It's convulsion. It's in a kind of dynamic interaction with its ecology, and that produces forces and trajectories and vectors of becoming, which is again something I think you're posing in a really wonderful and generative way. And well, how one carries stories. I thought this was a great line, carrying stories within the body. It's a great line. It's a really, really important thing to think about, and I really also appreciated the reference to Ursula Le Guin, who I'm a huge fan of. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot right there. Thank you.
So, I've been making notes because, I'm at this point in the day where nothing works anymore. My brain doesn't brain. I was listening to your presentation, and I was thinking that, there seemed to be, to me, it felt that there was two things that you were bringing together, like the question of I, like as in the me, the person, and vibration, as in like this waves, this kind of like the repercussion, the reverberation, like the sonicscape. And this for me, it's really interesting, and I'm perhaps going to bore people a little bit with a bit of engineering history, but vibration was something that when it was introduced, because it's something that needs to be introduced, right? It's like not something that exists in nature. It exists because of industrial technology and machinery. And when it was introduced, it created a great deal of trauma, like not only to the individual body, but to the collective body. And for instance, there's this 1875 medical legal treatise about concussion of the spine, nervous shock, and other obscure injuries of the nervous system. Indeed. And there is also another treatise called La maladie des mécaniciens, and there is a number of medical journals and medical treatises that precisely deal with this problem of what does vibration do to the human body. And Matthew Wright, who is an American scholar, has this interesting thought on vibration. I'm just going to share it. Vibration is an uncanny phenomenon, it says, because it crosses the threshold between the sense of hearing and the sense of touch, and also often exists at the threshold of sensation itself. A constant vibration easily and sneakily blends into the background, whereupon it can do its malignant work by stealth. So it's interesting that this work, this work is described as malignant. It's like not benign. It's something that just takes over. It takes over precisely because it's not something that you can, sensorially detect or identify. And so precisely because it creates this kind of confusion between, a haptic sense and an in the sense of the audio. It's seen, and this is why I wanted to bring this up, it's seen in the late 19th and early 20th century as a really big problem, to the, it's really like a challenge, to the constitution of the autonomous, let's say, emancipated individual. That is not supposed to basically give in to, neurasthenia or, mental, afflictions or, it's not. Is this? But anyway, I wanted to bring this up because we've been talking about the death drive a lot. But actually, this is what the death drive is, because Freud was studying with Brücke, and then he was also inspired by the writings of Fechner, and it theorizes the death drive precisely as this attempt of the organism to counter, this bizarre, uncanny, and excessive, stimulus. So in a way, the death drive emerges in an historical context as an attempt to respond to the, the shock of the industrial trauma. There are other types of responses. I think some of them are immediately codified politically. I would say that, this kind of notion of the fascist superbody is also a way of codifying a response to this intrusion, the intrusion of this vibratory element, of this vibratory, of this, as in, I think that the sense that the surface is not stable, there's something unstable. The surface upon where you are standing is not only not stable, but is making you unstable because this, I would say reverberation, it creeps into you. It creeps into your nervous system and obviously affects you in ways that are undesirable. Other things that come to mind is that, there's this Yeats poem where the pilot lets himself die because he gives in to this, to the vibration of the engine. So it's like he's so elated by, like this, the flight and the vibratory motions of the engine, that he just lets himself be shot down by the enemy airplane or aircraft, anti-aircraft artillery probably, I don't remember. What was I trying to say? Yeah. I think that it's a really interesting question, the question of like the, like this vibratory or, like the resonance, the soniscape, and how can it, like how you can reverse it and how you can reverse this notion of like a malign element, like an element that undoes the self, and how you can embrace it as like, like a positive force. Like how can you, like embrace it as like, as in what it means to embrace it, because of course it also embraces like the letting go of the self. I guess that's it.
I was really listening, so I kind of to both of you. But first of all, thank you. What can one say? Not necessarily in regards to the work. It's just I'm trying to process also what has been said before me. But just to dive into and to depart from your question. Initially, I was really like looking at the question of what if history was a wave and I was part of the bodies it crosses, and that question followed me while listening and watching and moving in between the two, and then thinking about the way you kind of think through these eyes. But I was also thinking about the eye as in the eye, and thinking about what the eye cannot see or what the eye sees, and then into the process of listening. I was also getting into the music that at one point stops in and steps into the work, and I started thinking about tactile techno. I don't even know if a marketing journalist came up with that genre, but somehow it was like a gentle, touchy techno music that I felt at the same time. There's a lot said about monsters, but to me that's kind of a monster, if I have to use a monster, that is really coming along this thing and this quest. And I was also thinking about vibration as a methodology of healing as well. Vibration is often seen as something that has the ability to destroy, but it also has the ability to kind of heal and repair. And I was thinking about repair and rejuvenation, and listening at the same time. There's something irking me about this quest of the I, while in the questions, multiple questions that are posed, the we is centralized. I guess the I, of course, as cliche as it is part of the we, but somehow I was really almost could not think along the I, because the I is everywhere, and at the same time it is the moving between the I, as in the I that is now not centralized in this particular work. So for me, it was really a multiplicity of things, and I was really, it was nice that you kind of broke down the rhythm transmittance. I was really thinking about frequencies and the wave as a metaphor for measurement. So in a way of how do we actually measure it, when you ask this question, how do we actually measure the impact of our actions? I was thinking, why do we need to quantify our actions? Is there a need to measure these actions. And why? And then thinking about also sidestepping that and thinking about the beat as a punctuation and the beat as also a potential wave that keeps coming and going. And I felt there was some metaphors in this particular work that offered ways to kind of maneuver and wrestle with the set of questions you ask. So yeah, thanks.
Corporate speech, there is no team.
Yeah, they're still I the boss.
Okay, break. We are back on schedule. So back here at 6. Yeah.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Is it on? Yeah, I think that's, yeah. Hello, hello. Great. Cool. Can I have a mic stand? I'll just get a mic stand.
That's my stuff, yeah. Sorry, Fran, you were saying before? You were saying before?
Oh,
Do you want the curtain to be in front of the speaker?
no, it's good because I'm going to use the screen then.
Ah, yes.
Cool. What was my thing? Oh, yeah, yeah, that can go. Yeah. Where do you want to go?
Doesn't matter, I can still change it.
Yeah.
But then, because we were saying that you were going to come and pick up the mic, I'm not sure if that's practical. So you would have to use my mic to access the
Thingy. Yeah. And then I can just come back here. I can just start over there.
Blah blah. You can also start over there. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Just start
just
over there.
give me the mic.
Yeah.
And then you leave this.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
And then come.
Okay, but we have to set this up also, Fran.
Yes.
So let's start.
Yeah, I'm.
Set it up.
I'm on it.
Yeah.
Dan, do you want to try it with your voice? Yeah?
Hello.
Do you want me to do the loop once?
No, it's okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's fine, isn't it? Can I take it off?
Yeah, yeah. It's not very stable in here, but...
No, it's okay. Da, 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 ba, da, da, ba. Yeah. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Is this the distance? Do it the pitch, the volume you're gonna format.
I'll probably just, well, it's quite loud, isn't it? Probably like this is probably it. Yeah? Well, I'm not going to be singing. I'm going to be going. And then I'll. So I'll do this just at the beginning with the loop pedal, and then I'll go over there and use that microphone. So for that time. Yes. Yeah, because we'll both use this. Yeah, that's yeah, so okay. Sorry. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, like that. Thank you so much.
So, do you want to use mine?
I'm going to go stick it onto charge because there's something wrong with my phone, and then I'll just bring it up to you when it's started.
Okay. Thank you so much.
sounds like this. That's good. Yeah. Uh-huh. it means that I think there'll be any subtle cues because I'm being I mean, I've got, yeah. It's, yeah.
Hello, hello. We start in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, we start. Collect people. 5 minutes. Yes, we start. We start. We start. Run fast. No? You need? Ah, sì, sì, grazie. She sees me. First of all, we would really like to thank you, Vinita, for all your hard work behind the live stream. Thank you. Francesca Oker presents Dear Bjork. The question is, rhythm helps your hips, your two hips move. Applause.
Hello. Hello. Thank you so much for everyone's presentations. They've been great, and I'm excited to share. So I've got a sort of poem song thing, and then I have a letter to Bjork, and then I have another poem. So yeah, that's everything. And thank you so much to Gayatri and Carrie and Mia for helping with setting up this. So first, Mark's going to help me by using his loop machine. So we're going to make a loop, and I can't do it by myself, so Mark is helping me. He does it too. 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 My friend. My friend. He does it too. My friend. My friend. He does it too. My friend. He does it too. My friend. He does it too. With his teeth. 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 Bites his nails. With his teeth. Bites his nails 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 with his teeth. Our nail beds are where we meet. 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 Work on the cloakroom. Work on the cloakroom. Work on the cloakroom. Together, my friend and I. Together, my friend and I. Together, my friend and I. He does it too. Bites his nails, does it too. At work, my friend, at work, he does it too. Puts things in pockets on the cloakroom. Puts things in pockets on the cloakroom. Puts things in pockets on the cloakroom. Puts things in pockets and bags and bags. Puts things in pockets and bags and bags and bags and bags and bags and bags. He does it too. He does it too. Puts things in pockets, pockets and bags. His stuff, my stuff, stuff, fluff. His stuff, my stuff, stuff, fluff. His stuff, my stuff, stuff, fluff. His stuff, my stuff, his stuff, my stuff, fluff. Only good ones, don't worry, not nails. 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 That's crucial. 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 Not nails. 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 Okay, thank you, Mark. Thanks. Now, I'm going to read from my blog, which is, I have a letter writing blog, which I've used in a few performances at the DAI, and I haven't written anything on it for a while, but thanks, Ricardo and Lulu. Oh yeah, sorry. So I published this today. Usually I send it to friends, so if there's like Julian, this is to an institution, and I use them in performances. So I think that, the last one was 7 months ago, and now 2 seconds ago. So it's Dear Bjork, and if you'd, you can read there. Dear Bjork, I've seen you around. I spent time reading around 3/4, reading by texting people I know for beats of 3. Have you heard of this, or do you know one that goes da 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 da? I hoped you'd written your song Virus in 3/4 in a rhythm of beats of 3. I read that you did on Wikipedia, on a list of the big pop names who have done so. Ariana Grande is on there twice. But Bjork, your song Virus doesn't sound like that. Virus is slow, Virus is tricky, not cozy, not just like that 1, 2, 3. Virus sounds weird to my ears that did not go to business school. I find it hard to tell what has 3 beats and what has not. My brother says the same on the phone sometimes.
I just don't know.
And he's a musicologist. I struggle to bounce with certainty. Where is the down and where is the up? You feel me, Bjork? You have a complicated relationship with rhythm. You have sinew and spreading veins. I don't know your music much, apart from the beaty ones. Big time sensuality, Venus as a boy, thanks for the links, a rare hook, a rare foothold. But when it's all going okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The anticipation, Bjork, the anticipation of the beat of the note at the next bite where you know it to be, when you know it well, when you are these things through and through, when you get it, when you are in the right place, I am. But bodies, Bjork, how do they line up on the count of 3? We've only got 2 sides and 1 head to swing between them, pendulously bouncing our way back and forth to the bottom of it all. What is the waltz, if even it is danced in the shape of a square? I practiced with a phantom spouse around my bedroom and was outraged by its stilted digitalization of a beat that seems built for surf. But there are mirrored caves, Bjork, and there are clever ways in which 3s are strewn through structures that host their audacity, their asymmetry. There are Instagram accounts, my brother links to me, in which practitioners of the rhythmic language of Solcato climb impossibly, lengthening ladders, voicing and tapping out weaves of time, solo or in online duets that span continents. There are Mandis's and Harron's handy directions towards rappers like Gucci Mane and Rakim, who siphoned and are siphoning dense and dehydrated syllables into smooth flows, which offer signposts to sink into on your way through. There is Raffia on the edge of a circle of DAI chatting, conversational rhythms going round and round, enmeshed and indecipherable, teaching me how to order claps into odd and even amounts, progressively unwieldier chains, stacking on high until they fall like Jenga. But you don't know these people, Bjork, so anyway. You know Arca and Jessie Kander. Arca makes extremely exciting sounds, and Jessie Kander sometimes does too. Bjork, I've seen you walking through the park with Arca and Jessie Kander, or you were at least on your way there. I want to only wear stuff like this during the summer. Arca in heels, Bjork in blue, Kander in flowing, loose-fitting, etc. I heard you wore mainly neon yellow, Bjork, from 2013 to 2015, because it is the color of healing and transformation in your opinion. You called it your emergency lighthouse. Do you wear it much now? Are we beyond needing reminding? On your way to the park, you wear powder blue, the color of soap and dentistry. But Bjork, in the park, you all saw the turtle fall, right? The turtle that climbed to the top of a fairly small cliff and fell at least a meter, over tooth, over nail, over shell, into a space full of just bird chicks. The chicks freaked Bjork. Their mother pecked repeatedly on its small round belly. Does it have a belly, Bjork, or only a hard part of a shell? Perhaps you saw the turtle moving, waving its mushroom-fisted lengths of gristle at the sky, wailing, why? It's been in turtle dreams so long, to be sideways, not top or bottom, not tit for tat. It's been uncertainty nestled on belly always, to be over and under, overfed and head reversed in dilemma. You saw the beak of the bird keep pecking and the teeth keep reaching for magnets to reverse, poles to flip up and over and fuck off and forget. Chicks crying. Remember the way it righted itself and the snapshot of suspension between top and bottom. Did you take a photo, Bjork? Coil it up and post it in the turtle's inner ear? Maybe you, Bjork and Arka, saw the rooster in the park with its saunter, sidestepping between bigger birds with plastic yellow beaks with teeth, extending toes airwards before placing them in front safely, talons pricking bubbles of doubt and anxiety. You and Arka and Jessie Kander met the rooster? Or maybe you never even met the rooster? My friend Leia loves when you sing of those you haven't met yet. They're scratching for bugs with toes of gold. In Arka's song called Saunter, they waltz through undergrowth and mold a verse out of ether. Polycephaly is the name of a song by Jessie Kander, and it is the state of having more than one head. The song's got 3 beats, 3 drips to sip from, with as many heads as is feasible. There are holes to stick the heads into, but only for a second, on your way up the tree trunk. Rest spots hung on hooks housing greased and tired athletes. As you rest, you move up and over, from hip 1 to hip 2, expansive, the infinite middle. Still though, the lines of notation are cutting across the crest of the wave like a whip. If your virus, Bjork, does not play out in 3, here comes a suggested diversion. Polycephaly by Doon Kander drops the beat in the bin, and I fish it out with pliers. Love, Fran. Yeah, cool. So then I wrote a song called Virus, which I was trying to learn, and I was practicing a lot, but I was really struggling, and I want to blame it on Corona or the situation, but I don't know if it's true or if I just can't, I've forgotten how to learn stuff now. So I thought it would be cool to get Zach involved to help, because he's not here, and Zach is living in Brussels, and he presented with Rafa, and so the plan is that he's going to help me with the lines.
Hello?
Hey!
Hey!
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry about that. Okay.
Are you ready to do the thing?
I'm ready to do the thing.
Okay. So am
Neon
I.
yellow, all okay.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Nairis by Fran Hawker.
Uh-huh.
Neon yellow, all she knew. Bjork, she tells me to wear it more.
Neon yellow, all she knew, Bjork, she tells me to wear it more.
This neon yellow to turn herself into neon moth to
This neon yellow to turn herself into neon moth too.
neon light through turbid night, despite eyesight. 7 years up.
Neon light through turbid night despite eyesight. 7 years up.
Go until 5 years ago, healing transformation, Creo.
5 years ago, feeling transformation, Creo.
Lime, silk, or satin polyester, no, pick a thing, a slug.
Lin, silk or satin, pick a polyester, no, pick a thing, a slug.
A snail, a drop of rain, never will it produce this very.
A snail, a drop of rain never will it produce this variety.
Any that you see, never will it produce this
Any that you see, never will it produce this
variety, this neon yellow, in the lab, slime green glowing.
This neon yellow in the lab, slime green glowing.
Green ectoplasm, residue, Ghostbusters, to artists' fame.
Green ectoplasm, residue, Ghostbusters to artist fame.
Erased in shame, ghost songs, blue as it waltzes through column B.
Blue ghost, raised in shame, Ghostbusters, ghost songs blue as it waltzes through column B.
A picture's not the ear canals of me and you and...
A picture's not the ear canals of me and you and my friend.
On the roaming car saw the fires from afar glowing jaune.
On the roaming car saw the fires from afar glowing jaune.
Yellow vest, told when wearing one it stops autumnal hunters.
Yellow vest told when wearing one it stops autumnal hunters.
You're all bug people, I've seen it. And weep small face into mask.
You're all bug people, I've seen it, and weep small face skin to mask.
Nostrils become mandibles, these mandibles would investigate.
Nostrils become mandibles, these mandibles would investigate.
Another's face, trace the lines from the nostrils up to the
gate. Another's face, trace the lines from the nostrils up to the
hairline. Another's face, evened out if the nerves didn't end.
Hairline evened out another's face, even if the nerves didn't end.
But stretched through the clitoral hood of the nose to the eyes to...
But stretched through the clitoral hood of the nose up to the eyes.
The hair ties all over the back, washed down the neck like seaweed.
The hair ties all over the back, washed down the neck like seaweed.
But not bug, not stop, nostril no investment, down into the...
But not bug, not stop, nostril no investment, down into the...
belly of the purse, stopping tails and tail flight and stethoscope.
Belly of the purse, stopping tail flights and tail flight stethoscope.
Hopes of finding another's pulse, done through an old arm, you're all.
Hopes of finding another's pulse, pone through an old arm, you're all.
Bug aficionados, don't believe them like is Ivor cut.
Bug aficionados, don't believe them like is Ivor cut.
Leper, the friend I had who covered earth over teal tapes.
Le per se, the friend I had who covered earth over teal tapes.
Sequencing waltz art, break back art, through sands art, through and through notes.
Sequencing waltz art, break back art, through and through art, break back note.
Take through form, break over piss, take surround sound, stake juicy Leia.
Take over form, break, piss, take through, over sound, stake, juicy, leh.
Their rivets in pleather, ribbed and at angles fair and bouncy.
The rivets in pleather, ribbed and at angles fair and bouncy.
Funfair, flouncy, tricky note, take tricky piss, flake, trickiness.
Fun, fair, flouncy, tricky, no take, piss, trickiness, stickiness.
So stickiness, solstice, nightmare, salty, dying, flying on.
So stickiness, solstice, nightmare, salty, dying, flying on.
Eon for the hot dog that I never got to buy for my guy.
Eon for the hot dog that I never got to buy for my guy.
Saw them floating over lines that tried to look discerning.
Saw them floating over lines that try to look discerning.
Despite tightness, yes, there's also always already above.
Despite tightness, yes, there's also always already above.
In art, less angles for defining the sun and its diffy.
In art, less angles for defining the sun and its distance.
Culty in terms on its distance to delicious scram all.
Culty in terms of defining its distance from delicious scram all.
That's not ours, so walking across, not through, not over, so walk.
That's not us, so walking across over, not ours, so all.
Ing in those hands, in whose hands who touched me, whose soft hand in what soft palm?
Ing in whose hand touched me, what soft palm in what soft arm?
Whose red nose in whose underarm, where is 3/4's awkward charm?
Whose red nose in whose underarm, where is 3/4's awkward charm?
Turned around, turned down, burned under the point of departure.
Turned around, turned down, turned under the point of departure.
For so much and so little.
For so much and so little. Thanks so much, Zach. That's the end of the poem. Yeah.
Ciao.
Thanks. Cool. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Adam, other. I'm gonna start buzzing. Where's Francesca? Hi. I thought it was like a virtuosic performance in rhythm, and it was hilarious. But I was wondering, why is it funny? And I was thinking that it's partly funny because your word choice is hilarious. Like, the words are funny and the combinations of words are funny. But then I thought there was also something funny about the repetition in different rhythms. And so partly what I found the humor happening in was this difference between meaning and sense. And I think what I felt was that in the rhythms and in the repetitions, you were actually operating a variation in sense. And that really excited me. I thought that was really, more than clever, it was really a show of a kind of practice that you seem to have developed to a very high degree. So that's awesome. I was also thinking about specifically the sort of the media assemblage that you brought together, the loop machine and the glowing light there, and then the mobile phone and the voices, and how it sort of, how you assembled it together, and how there was a connection happening, and yet there was sort of a constant also material difference between all of these elements, which I think was also really complex. So this variation of sense through the modulation of your voice itself, in the subtraction and addition of words, but in the different kind of exploration of what rhythms can do, and to me that this idea that sense breaks with meaning is really important, because it brings what you're doing, to my mind at least, or to my body perhaps, the idea that something non-representational is happening in your work, and that to me is also really exciting. So thank you.
Do you want me to?
I can speak as well as you like. Want to speak last?
No, it's fine. Thank you, Francesca. Francesca or Francesca? Francesca. I was thinking, seeing you and your performance, of a few things. First of all, and this ties to what Amir was saying about sense. And I was thinking of David Byrne and Stop Making Sense, and how much we owe that genealogy of the body performance, to the whole thing. I mean, there was a lot in that rhythm and in that repetition of David Byrne's work. And then another thing that was interesting to me, I was wondering whether pop music, I mean, we talk about art and culture, and yours is the second work today that touches on pop culture and pop music. And I was wondering, seeing you perform, whether one reason that we are so attached to pop music and why it is so effective and why it is so much part of our collective sentimentality is because pop music is the music of bodies. Other forms of art appeal to other senses, but pop music is the music of the body, and I thought that you did such a great job embodying that. Sorry for the redundancy, but you did such a good job embodying that idea, because you weren't just saying words, you were embodying those words. And at the same time, it was musical and it was poetic and very funny, and I agree on that. It was hilarious. And then I wondered also whether you had just stumbled upon a new sort of subgenre in pop culture, which would be musical fan fiction. Because, of course, fan fiction is a very big genre, and it's sometimes treated not just as minor, but as trash, which I think is a disservice to the fact that it's a genre that is created and it was birthed by queer people, by women, by minorities, by people who had no representation in pop culture. And so they started creating their own stories and using the templates of the mainstream pop culture to take stories in completely different directions. So I think that the fact that fan fiction is treated as a bastard genre and not part of art or culture, but something minor, I think that's not only it's a big disservice, I think that it entails a lot of, it encapsulates a lot of different forms of discrimination, not because it is classist, because it is not high art, but also it is queerphobic and racist and so on. So when I say that I felt that your whole performance was a form of musical fan fiction, I mean this in the best possible way. It had elements of pastiche, which I personally love, and it had elements of a sort of sound and performing collage. And I thought that made it very entertaining, very funny, and also very touching, because there were a lot of elements there of personal emotions, and there was a lot from the author in it in the best way. And thank you. And it was utterly enjoyable, especially on a Friday evening. That moment of levity was very welcome. Thank you. Thursday, sorry, it feels like Friday. I'm exhausted.
Change of mics. So you produced a loop live in our presence, and then you brought it back as a background for a recitation or a song, or however you would want to call it. And I think the simplicity of this gesture of, like, you know, producing the beat in an improvised way, sort of ad hoc, rather than having everything ready. I mean, conceptually ready, but like you had to make it, you had to produce it. It had something of, as well as the entire performance, in strange ways made me think of a Cardiff band, Young Marble Giants, which band, it was quite a, let's say, untypical lineup, because there was Alison Staton vocals and two brothers who each played respectively. Philip Moxham played bass guitar and Stuart Moxham rhythm guitar. And so what about the beat? And it was early 80s, and they used pre-recorded loops of a drum machine that was built by a friend, and they used a few other things such as ring modulator and reverbs, and they created this quite unusual sound that I think had not much of a follow-up, but kind of stayed with me for a very long time. They produced like one record in existence of the band, and there was something playful about their music, and something strange, repetitive, but also very different to the entire music from UK from that period, which was mostly kind of like darker and heavier, new wave. I mean, in that sector, at least. So I thought suddenly of Young Marble Giants, which is one of my favorite bands, and I really liked the two songs, if I may call them this way. I think the letter to Björk was too erudite for me. However, you also admitted that you didn't quite understand what this 3/4 was all about, but you seem to have certain control over your material. So it's very hard to judge, but I think it was a very fine piece of sort of political music critique with a lot of ambiguities, and sort of expanding your a virtual ensemble to other musicians or performers by quoting friends who recommended to you this or that person, and also a bunch of other musicians that you introduce as your favorites at the moment. So I kind of like the emerging virtual world of sound through that piece, which did not really appear in the sonic layer of the work, but it kind of appeared in the build-up of references and the rejection of these references on the way occasionally, or questioning them. Yeah, so that would be more or less what I would have to say about the work. I think the question you ask is a rhetorical one, so it doesn't need to be answered exceptionally. But I think it worked pretty well with the rhythm, and wish you all the best. I would like to see something like more fleshed out in terms of, you know, the actual sound piece, and I would gladly hear a recording of that, you know, in a kind of studio conditions, perhaps. I mean, performance is great, but it's good to have ultimate control over the material, be it words or sound, I think. And also, very simply, it kind of made me think of some early experimentation in poetry, where both the syntax and the vocabulary, the lexicon, the syntactic and lexical layers in poetry were broken down and chopped up and, you know, mixed together, and poetry was made out of the hat, famously, like in the early avant-garde on both sides of the divide, you know, in Zurich and in Russia, with the Oberju group that did similar experiments in poetry, like Dada did in then Switzerland and Germany, for instance. So I thought there was a kind of underlying avant-garde tradition in this way of working with words, because I think, and this is the difficulty of grasping it in a live performance, that it's a very you know, dense and thought through poetry, actually, that would deserve to be, you know, written, read also as a text. So I would gladly, you know, go back to it and have it in a printed form too. Thank you.
So, just 10 minutes to the last performance.
for those, yeah, you can hear me well enough, yeah. Okay. No, I think it's okay. Thanks.